Sending data. Okay. So yeah, over the past couple of days, I did a huge round of updates to the network system or network portion of it. There was a lot of it worked, but basically there are a whole bunch of like backdoors and stuff. And it was encrypted, but there was nothing stopping people from being able to connect to the relay servers to begin with. Um, so now everything is encrypted. Through both TLS encryption as well as a token to even get in, to even be able to connect to it. There is a token system along with the TLS portion of it. The only gap in the network system, and it's kind of on purpose, is the way the relay works is all the data goes to the server, but the server is blind. All it does is it doesn't store anything. All it does is it reroutes it over the internet. So if two users are connected to the same relay, but they're not in proximity of each other, maybe they're just on LTE service, they can share updates that way. Versus if they were either on radios on a mesh network or they were like on the same Wi-Fi. I mean, that also works for gateway systems as well. So, but because the relay is blind to it, if someone was to gain access to the relay itself, which is kind of like that's on the end user as far as like they need to have the security in place so they like nobody can gain access to their relay server or to their, if they do the DigitalOcean one-click thing, then that's kind of on them. But the content there is unencrypted. It's encrypted to get onto it, and there's an encryption for the token to be able to get onto it. But let's say they did get all that stuff. If they still gained access to the server, you'd be able to see the plain text information. But the relay itself is blind, so it's not storing the information. It's just routing it. So there's a tier 2 to all of this that's not built out yet, but then that basically then encrypts the relay itself. And then the encryption allows for individual keys and individual tokens versus everybody shares the TLS token here. Yeah, so and then that means in the future you'd be able to kick a person off of the relay, and they couldn't, if they still had the stored credentials, like maybe they manually wrote everything down, they still would be able to get in because you can then rotate the tokens and keys while people are connected to it. So that's basically a whole bunch of work went into place to get the foundation set up to run all that kind of stuff. Then on top of all that, while that was running, I did this whole I started working on doing object trees, which ties into basically what will become the layers module, and how it all works. And so I'm actually just wrapping that up kind of right now. What was the last piece I was working on? Oh yeah, so so right now you can do like selections and stuff like that in here and on mobile, and then you can do multiple selections. You can also do shift click, but I don't have the ability to then do shift click to just one item. If I don't do shift click, then it'll remove the multi selection and just select that one. But if I wanted to keep the circle, and remove this one, for example, I need to add shift click, and that's kind of what Codex is working on right now. So anyway, that's kind of the update on the past couple of days. There's been a few other things, like now I have the entire northern hemisphere for the western part. I don't really know how to explain it, but basically it's all of this, and then you can zoom in. Right now, I only have Colorado and Utah with detailed information, so actually being able to see buildings and stuff. Because that lives, all of the detailed information lives on Cloudflare. All of this is bundled in the app, so you will have offline maps by default to a certain level. I think you get all major highways. So basically, I think you get this view. Yeah, you get up to, if you look down here, Z 8.9 is what comes bundled with the app, and that's for all of the US, and then whatever kind of bleeds over into Canada. So that's the update there. The entire world will be bundled at Z 8.9 and up, which is really just Z8. Because it's not that big. Or it might be Z7. It might be Z7 for the entire world, which is here. And then the US will be Z8, I believe, or possibly Z9. For the US, all 50 states for the US. Everywhere else will be Z7 or Z8. And then R2 will take over. The Cloudflare R2 storage will take over to deliver everything greater than that. But you can do offline maps, so that's kind of on you. You've got 3 main projects: films, website, McFly, new coding language, and analysis with a spreadsheet. I think I remember you talking about the McFly thing. I think I remember that. Okay, so this is saying shift deselect is now working, so we'll go ahead and rebuild this. But so the things, I've also been working on the UI UX side of things. So all new module designs, all new style guide, everything. So basically while this thing was building, sweet, that works. Okay. So this does work. Actually, I need to check the rows. Yep. So this does work. Both shift clicking on the map does deselect the object, and shift clicking on a row deselects the row as well. So everything is good here. So go ahead and close out this task, and then go ahead and update all of the status files and the the status files, the backlog, and product scope if needed. And then let's get ready to start some new changes. McFly is the new coding language and an analysis with a spreadsheet. Yeah. I got that. What's the analysis with a spreadsheet thing? Give me the pitch. So yeah, so the next thing I guess before we go into that, yeah, so while Codex and GPT or Codex and Claude were both running past couple days, I've been working on the UI side of things, so there's quite a few updates on it. I'm kind of doing as much as I can to get things in place before I do a huge round of UI updates to the app itself. So right now everything is just, it's ugly as shit, but it all works. So one of the biggest hurdle, or the biggest thing that I need to do sooner rather than later is swapping out the entire skin of the apps, both desktop and mobile, to what I've been working on in Figma. I need to get the Figma MCP server up and running so it can transfer all the styles over. Will my project be a website, desktop, tablet? So it's a desktop app for Mac. It is a iPhone app. Both are native. It's not Electron or anything like that. And then it will have a version for iPad. Which will be a mix between iOS and desktop. And then which will be good. Like I think the tablet will be the best experience. Especially if you do hook up a mouse and keyboard to the tablet version. Because the downside to the desktop app is the map engine. They don't have it has to use its WebJS version. It's a WebJS engine for the map system on desktop, but on iOS and tablet it fully runs on Metal. And then on top of that, there will be both an Android version. Not sure if there's going to be an Android tablet version or not. We'll see how that goes. And then there will also be a plugin for ATAK itself, which is basically the competing slash not companion, but like sister. It's its own thing, and you can develop plugins for it. But then I can put a plugin for ATAK, and then they'd be able to communicate back and forth between my app, between NorthGrid and ATAK. So that's the goal there. Yeah. And then there's the relay, which is a Rust file or Rust based a Rust based piece that lives on a like a VPS or your own server, or wherever you want to host it, as long as it can get access from the outside world. Okay, so let's go in here. So I want to update the range and bearing circle and the circle, and essentially I want to combine them into one tool, where we're basically deprecating the circle tool, and we'll just be using all the functionality that exists for the range and bearing circle. And then we'll start working on the updates to it so that on mobile you can add additional rings. But before, we gotta wait for this to finish before it does it. Analysis with a spreadsheet is for financial things. What so is it gonna use AI or what is it? Is it like just a script for like Excel or Google Sheets or whatever? Really closed. Stock analysis. Backlog and selection contract now. Physical acceptance. Nothing pushed. Unrelated. Ready for the next change. Okay. Shit, where did it go? There it is. NorthGrid. So I want to update the range and bearing circle and the circle tool. That exists for the range and bearing circle, and then we'll start working on the updates so that on mobile you can add additional rings. For all of the naming and things like that, we then need to take we need to essentially rename the range and bearing circle to just circle. So if it shows up in the object module or anything like that, it needs to all naming and things like that. We need to take. We then need to rename the range of bearing to just circle so it shows up not. The one gotcha with this is that whenever we send this across to ATAK, it needs to know that if there are no inner rings, then it's being shared as a circle, and if there are inner rings, then it's being shared as a range and bearing circle. Let me know if there's anything else that we need to take into consideration with this change. Yeah, so I guess to kind of give an idea of what I'm talking about. Right now there's circles that you can draw, but then this is all that they do. It is a circle. That's all that it is. And then this is a range and bearing thing. But if I draw out a fresh range and bearing, it's essentially exactly the same. The only difference between this and this is on range and bearing circles, I can hover over this and I can add inner circles, or I can mouse over this and it adds outer circles. And then I can change this scale. So then there's no real reason for a normal circle, and then you can come in you can come in here and you can select it and then you can delete it. So there's not really a reason for normal circles to exist. I like analyzing things. That was a big part of my job for 15, 20 years. Just like conversion optimization and analytics, all that kind of stuff. I really like the reason I was really good at my job from a creative point of view is because I enjoyed analyzing things almost more than I liked creating things. Um, which then made me, like I said, made me good at my job as far as just finding solutions like out of the box and all that kind of stuff. If I had to do life all over again, I'd probably want to just like figure out how to like analyze and plan out like manufacturing facilities. I don't know. I think that sounds like the coolest thing. I don't know why. Building it's because it's just one giant system and figuring out how to make it more and more efficient. I don't know. I'm a nerd, I guess. But essentially that's the whole point of this. The reason why I'm building this app is because the app that everybody uses, A, only works on Android, and B, was definitely developed by people who were developers and not UX experts. Have you supply chain management? I don't want to do supply chain management. I just want to design manufacturing facilities. Like assembly lines and things like that. Okay, what would you come back with? Yes, this consolidation makes sense and already matches the product decision that bullseye, range rings are circle attributes, not separate tools. My recommendation model: one user-facing circle tool and object type. Every circle gets the current range and bearing capabilities. Ring fractions becomes the outbound caught discriminator. No inner rings, ATAK drawing circle, one or more inner rings, standard ATAK bullseye. Continue accepting legacy objects, but normalize them to circle when subsequently sent. Keep the internal circle kind temporarily as derived compatibility metadata. Moving it immediately could break persisted objects in mixed version NorthGrid sync. It should no longer control user-facing behavior. Have I heard of Lean Six Sigma? No. Train, certify, and help individuals and organizations reduce costs, improve quality, and maximize productivity. Wait, is this? I mean, I see that it's like an official .org website, but is this the same thing as who was it? Like Toyota came up with it in like the 50s or 60s or something like that. Like they came up with the process that everybody essentially uses these days. I think it was Toyota. I think it was someone in Japan, like a big manufacturing company. I'm pretty sure it was Toyota. Important considerations: adding and removing the last ring changes the caught type while retaining the same. Do you want to do architecture? No. I would not want to do architecture. I did work at an architecture firm though, as one of my like very first real jobs out of high school. I did work at an architecture firm, but I did more. I did all their photography and 3D visualization stuff, because back then like AutoCAD could do renderings, but they looked very, very, very poor. They like extremely really bad 3D rendering stuff. So then I used different 3D software and basically took all their stuff and then did the really like pretty marketable stuff. But I would not want to do architecture itself. I did also work at the university doing GIS, GPS data system type stuff, which was used a lot for the surveying for these big architectural jobs. So it kind of like went hand in hand. And then it's kind of interesting that I'm falling back to GPS, GIS type information systems with this NorthGrid project. Arbitrarily positioned rings are exact in NorthGrid to NorthGrid, but ATAK derives uniformly spaced rings from one distance value. While custom user remains untouched, R&B circle must disappear from toolbars, blah, 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 blah. Okay, so yeah, so I don't really care about what ATAK does. I think I don't even know if they do bullseyes. Let me check. But yeah, so ATAK. So iTak would just receive a circle. I'm assuming that that's probably what it does whenever it receives a bullseye COT package from ATAK. So that's fine that it can just do that. And then for ATAK, we should probably just figure out how many circles we have, inner rings. How many? And then send that across to ATAK. And then they would just be divided evenly. And then for NorthGrid, we would just have the NG details that have their exact distance spreads. Is that possible? Toyota created production TPS, which is foundation globally known as a lean manner. Yeah, so it was Toyota that did it. So, but to your original question about the Lean Sigma 6 or whatever it was called, I had never heard of Lean Sigma 6, but just like the quick 20 seconds I took to Google it real quick, that's what it reminded me of. Are they somehow tied together, or? Well, it looked like the Lean Sigma 6 was like a certification. Does not carry a separate ring count field. Carries outer radius plus 1 uniform distance, so we can intentionally encode distance equals outer radius divided by Rings at 250, 500, 750. Meanwhile, NorthGrid could preserve its actual positions. The resulting behavior becomes UDCC, URB, bullseye. ATAK sees evenly distributed rings based on the count. NorthGrid sees the exact original spacing. If another client we should not yet assume iTak automatically displays the outer circle from a bullseye. Our existing device test found that standard bullseye did not render an iTak. Since I can't do a test from ATAK to iTak, we should be able to send the standardized ATAK bullseye data to iTak, and then that would be able to confirm what it sees, right? Lean Six Sigma is a data-driven business methodology. And improve overall customer satisfaction. Okay, so I mean, it kind of just sounds like standard. It sounds exactly like what Toyota created, except if you were doing it for like client or end user. Because I mean, that's basically what I did at my last job. Conversion optimization, minimizing friction, and improving customer satisfaction or retention, I guess. So essentially, it's all that. NorthGrid can send the standard ATAK bullseye caught directly to iTak, which will confirm how iTak interprets the wire format without needing ATAK. I test blah, 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 blah. A transport problem unrelated to the packet. Okay. Yeah, so let's go ahead and start with this first slice. And then on the second slice, let's discuss how we're going to implement the ability to add rings to iOS. Okay, cool. So that's how that is going to go. So yeah, essentially what I'm trying to do here is we're replacing the circle and the bullseye, and they're just the bullseye, and they're becoming the same. Same shape, same tool. So technically, I will only have one tool, which is the range and bearing line. But then that is getting condensed into like 3 or 4, maybe even like 5 tools are all getting condensed into this one tool here. So it's a lot easier on the end user. I need to I should have merged all this stuff, and then I could have started a work tree. Yeah, Lean Six Sigma has a certification. Yeah, that's what I thought I saw when I did the Google. The quick googly. I don't know. I don't know much about, like I said, I never heard of them, so I don't know how important their certification is. Coming from the consulting world, especially I'd say in the last like 5 years or so, like certifications don't really mean jack shit. Like who really cares if you went and took a 3-hour online quiz and then you became certified? Like it's not a marketable thing, I don't think, anymore. Like people who go and get certified as Scrum Masters, like that's like the most worthless thing I've ever heard of in my life. And then especially now with AI being as prolific as it is, I don't even think that that's a hot take. That's just a take. Okay, so I need to, while this dude thinks, I need to get back to building out the layers piece. So module layers. Show row title, no. Your fill container, you're gonna be a component. Markers, shapes, contacts, and get Claude running on something. I need to. So ATAK has this weird thing called like hashtags, and it's like it's a way of like grouping information together without like creating physical groups. I don't know. It's definitely something that feels tacked on and not like well thought out. In ATAK, go do a investigative pass on all of the different types of layers and overlays. Specifically, I'm just looking for what the app usually categorizes things as. Right now for NorthGrid, I'm planning on layers to be broken out into markers, shapes, contacts, and everything shared with me. This should be different than overlays for the maps. That should be separate from this. So if there are any other pieces that ATAK uses to break into layers like I'm trying to do, let me know. I guess I should do maybe like thing like mission specific. Okay, so shared with me needs an icon. Maybe I could do call this imported. Is there a good import symbol? No. Markers, and then shapes is I don't know what could represent context, because it could be a contact, could be friendly, it could be unknown, it could be combative, it could be not even, it could be a tracker, it could be anything really. So I don't know what to make contact. It's like anything that could get GPS information, essentially. And even then, that's not 100% accurate, but oh, routes and tracking, file overlays, geofences. Oh. Oh. So okay, so looking at the categories that I've omitted in my original prompt, but trying to reduce the amount of rows. Which ones can we combine or drop? And which ones can we pick up? So, for example, file overlays, 3D models are, I think in my mind, are imported items that I'm importing into it. And so that would just be one piece. And then things like routes and navigation items, those to me are the same thing as well. Or routes and navigation items plus tracks and breadcrumbs, those can be combined into one category, and then they could have a subcategory. Geofences could be inside of shapes. So can I have a list of what we think would be an optimized top level categorization for layers control? So I need the route one. It's a good call out. Just navigation, got it. Copy. Navigation. Contacts, shared with me, imports, alerts. Alerts would be important. Navigation, contacts, shared with me, imports, and alerts. Explicitly dropped. Hashtags drop its power user cross target. Power user cross tagging, not V1. Elevation, manager, map controls, other overlays. That's in maps. Data packages as its own row absorbed into. One design, tangent to flag, exclusive buckets, markers equals mine only, shared equals theirs, simple mental model, blah, blah, blah. Markers show all, shared is a filtered view, I'd lane B. So would data packages be something that was either shared with me or something I import? What is more in line with how ATAK does it? And what's your reason behind that? Dude is still running. It's neither and both. Ugh. With one visibility toggle and one delete for the whole bundle, user treats a package as one thing. Turn off everything from that briefing, exploding into loose marker shapes. This also mildly reinforces option B from where package content also surfaces under marker shape. Yeah, that makes sense, I suppose. Okay, so that's that. Nice and easy. And then I need module layers. It's a stupid looking icon. Oh yeah, this one I think like it's, I don't know, I feel like this project's definitely a bit more niche, but it's definitely more interested in it for a whole bunch of various reasons, both from a personal historical reason and then also just in general from my time in the military, and then more specifically just the I would almost kind of say from a networking point of view, more interested in doors that it can open. Grid. It's less complicated. We'll do this one. But yeah, definitely enjoying it more. All requested builds, smaller request. Okay, we're good. I don't know if I like it or not. Just keep it as. Okay, what is this? Still, I'm finishing the compatibility portion of this slice now. Legacy circle should open through the same ring-capable circle behavior without changing their stored schema. Then I'll run. I don't know. I feel like Codex has taken a big old dump on speed. Like it feels like it's just taken for absolute ever. But that being said, the other day I did have a Fable run. I had Fable 5 as the advisor and Sonnet 5 as the builder, and it ran for like 18 hours straight. Doing so I did that was in Claude, and then I ran an audit through Grok and through 5.6 Soul. Both of them generated an audit, and then I had Fable 5 review that audit, and then, or those two audits, and then I had it review it and then combine it into one. And then, yeah, it ran for like 16, 18, 20 hours straight. Going through and like plugging each one of the holes. There were a bunch, like I mentioned at the beginning of the stream, like there were a bunch of there were some back doors that I didn't know about on the networking side of things, and then there were also some things that were just in the product scope and backlog, but they hadn't been implemented yet, and so they just went through and like completely like just implemented all of them. It probably put in like 40 different fixes. There was definitely like 40 different fixes, and then each one of those things, if it had anything to do with the relay or the gateway or network portion of it outside of the radios, it did a 5-agent QA review of each one of those tasks. So it ran forever. But that being said, like everything that's it's doing here with the range and bearing circle versus normal circle, but underneath the hood, they're already the same thing. There's just like range and bearing circles got like 2 extra pieces of functionality or styling. And so I don't know why it's taking so long. I guess part of it is because it has to write the cursor on target information, the XML packages, to interop with ATAK and iTak, but I don't know. Okay, so it wants to do the next slice. I need to... I search by... Okay, circle badge plus. Copy name. For the next slice for iOS, the way I want to add rings. On iOS, it'll be similar to ATAK, where the rings will just be on the inside, and they will be evenly spaced. And the way that that will happen is whenever you draw a circle, and then there is the quick edit menu or quick edit toolbar at the top center of the screen on iOS. We need to add 2 icons or 2 buttons. Circle dot badge. From SF Pro. And then the plus one will obviously add additional rings, and the circle badge will just remove the last placed ring. And then inside the details menu, the there should be a input field that could adjust the evenly incremented measurements, similar to how ATAK does it, and then just another input that says how many rings there should be. This should then align with how with what gets sent out to ATAK really easily. No, whenever we receive a bullseye from ATAK, the value should basically align perfectly with these input fields on iOS. If it's a NorthGrid item coming from desktop where it has custom increments, then it needs to just be are we able to even modify shapes or objects that are shared with us? So the question becomes, what happens if a NorthGrid desktop bullseye comes in with custom increments versus a built-in iOS or built-in ATAK shape comes in? Are we even able to modify those shapes at all? Or I think the rule is that we're only able to hide and show those correct? Okay, one circle, blah, 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 blah. So let's rebuild this, and then we'll see what it spits back. one circle tool on Mac and iOS using the existing ring capable behavior. No rings. Yep. Okay, and then so if I open up, so the other thing that I was working on, the reason why this whole thing kicked off is because I did this piece where now I can now share stuff. So that thing that I just drew is now on my phone, and so I can send it across and blah 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 blah. So this is actually a good. I can't modify anything on here. Ooh, that's interesting. That's another bug. Objects, others, circle, rectangle. Okay, and then if I go in here and I do drawing, so this all looks good from what I can see visually. The only thing that I'm seeing is that on iOS, inside the drawing tools drawer, I still have both circle and range and bearing icons. That needs to be dropped down to just the circle icon. The way I want to to add rings on iOS, it'll be similar to ATAK, where the rings will just be on the inside and they'll be evenly spaced, and that way whenever you draw a circle. I don't even understand. I said this and I don't even understand what I said. In the way that circle, that rings are added or removed, is whenever you draw a circle, the quick edit menu, the quick edit toolbar at the top center of the screen on iOS. We need to add two buttons: circle badge plus, circle badge from the SF Pro font. The plus one will obviously be add additional rings, and the minus one will just remove the last place ring. And then inside the details menu, there should be an input field, and that could adjust the evenly incremented measurements, similar to how ATAK does it. And then just another input that says how many rings there should be. Whenever we receive a bullseye from ATAK, the value should basically align perfectly with this. Okay, so I know that we can't modify shapes that are shared with us. And then bullseyes that are shared with us from NorthGrid desktop would just display as they were created, and there is no way to do custom increments on iOS like there is on desktop. Okay. Okay, yeah, so then that works. Yeah, so we just need to go finish up. Not finish up, we need to start the detailed view of these dudes. So the next screen. So currently, I need to build tabs to start. I don't. Yeah, we're just gonna leave that at 0, and then we're gonna set the height. Problem is I don't have, none of my rows are 44 pixels. My menu bars are, but these are not. 56 and 48, I think, are what they are. $56, 32. I guess those are 44. 32, 44. I guess it's not the worst thing. 0, 0, 0. Slightly. I don't think I like that. Okay, so that says almost. So we'll go with that one. Almost none. So I guess there's no. I guess this would just be button large. Detach instance. All of these need hover states. Desktop circle with irregular fractions does not have one on a spacing value. I'm adding a tolerance-based uniform detection, so details show custom until the user enters space. No. Engine share commit path and compiling to iOS. One subtlety surfaced in review. A desktop circle with irregular fractions does not have one on a spacing value. I'm adding tolerance-based uniform detection. So details show custom until the user enters spacing. That first edit will normalize the rings. I'm also making the expanded quick bar horizontally scrollable on narrow phones so both ring buttons remain reachable. That's gross, but what does this do? Objects. What did I go with for all this shit? Mid and light, yeah. So this is state. We'll call you active, and then you are inactive. Easy is good, good. And then I guess this needs to be hide number equals true. Connect you. Okay, so show number. It's still running. Is there any? No. Tab 1. Module layers detail. how do I automate things in a project? I mean, I guess it depends on what it is. Are you talking like, how do I automate something in the creation of my projects, or how do I automate something for the end user? I don't know if this is what you were really asking, but like usually what I will do, so like what I'm kind of doing right now is for this UI, I'm building everything by hand, but what will end up happening is I'll give this to the Figma MCP. I'll give Claude or GPT access to the Figma MCP. And then just the same way that like code, like just in the same way for normal stuff like generating code and it getting context and all that kind of stuff based on other things in the code, once you give it enough context, it can then start building all this manually. So I'm going through and I'm essentially building all of the pieces that need to be there for the first time. And then like I don't have a tab group anywhere in any of these components. So I needed to build the tabs. And then the next time I'll only build one screen that showcases the tabs being used. And then the next time I can say like, hey, go grab the tabs like we used in the layers detail screen and do something similar, and it'll grab that same component, it'll do all the same alignments, it'll do all that kind of stuff. And so I go and I build something once manually, and then that should be enough context for the AI to go ahead and do everything together. So I mean, that I don't know if that really answers the question, but that's kind of how I approach it. I like to be super like especially when it comes to the UI, the visual side of things, because of my background. I'm gonna be super like anal about how it all works, and then once I'm happy with it, then I'll let it go. For maintainability and scalability, I mean, I think it's the same thing. Like that's literally kind of what this is like I just said, like I'll build the tabs manually, and then I can give Claude, access to the MCP. I'll say, here are how tabs look, and here are all the different like states for buttons inside of a tab group. And then the next time I need a tab group, next time I need a tab group, I can just say, hey, on this page, insert a tab group like we used on this page, and then it'll be done. For code stuff, I mean, again, I'll do it the exact same way, where it's just I give enough context and explanation in what I'm trying to do that it'll just go and reuse stuff. It also helps that whenever you go into your like if you're doing it with AI, going into your agents file and you specifically tell it to like create things as if it is modular or universal, and I'll have to constantly remind it. So like whenever I was building out the shape creation stuff, like I created each one of these shapes individually. I did the rectangle and I did the rectangle and the circle, and I think the line as 3 individual things. And then I said, okay, take a look at everything that these did and now make it universal using one core engine. And so now anytime, and then whenever it was time to add the polygon shape, it just took the exact same, it took the core engine and then just added on to it versus creating a new shape altogether. And it's kind of the exact same way that the circle versus the range and bearing circle worked. Is the range and bearing circle, like I said this whole time, is just a circle with added functionality. And so that's the same thing. Like the difference between a square or a rectangle using the rectangle tool versus the polygon tool with 4 anchors, there is no difference. It's just how many anchors there are, and that I can move these in and out. On the rectangle one, the only condition is that they stay at a 90-degree anchor. So usually, like I said, I'll do 1 or 2 or 3 things manually, and then I just tell the system, hey, go look for how we can make this much more universal and make it easier to add on later, or look at how we can, kind of like in CSS, like I would do the same thing with CSS. I'd go and build out all the HTML for specific things, and then I would start looking at, okay, I'm going to make this into a class, and I'm going to make this into a class, versus having them all be individual things. So yeah, I'll do like 2 or 3 things manually, then go back, make it universal or expandable, and then I'll continue building out, the remaining pieces. That's how I do it. All right, remove the duplicate looking eclipse. Only circle remains. Added badge plus beverage to the quick controls. Added inner rings and ring spacing fields in feet meters. Custom desktop spacing displays unchanged as custom until edited on iOS. I don't know. Don't know about that one, boss. Let's see, iOS. We'll put this in the simulator. This all sounds good. It's the whole custom desktop spacing displays unchanged as custom until edited on I don't even know where that is. That's the thing. Takes a while the first time it loads. Mainly because of the bundled map. Console hasn't even started populating yet. There it goes. Get the progress bar. Okay. So drawing, we only have the circle. That's good. We draw the circle. Don't know why you decided you need to do that. Okay, that's nifty. And go into details. Let's Does this just then change? Yes. Okay, so if I change this, then it should be, if I do 2 rings, 600 feet. Okay, so that makes sense. So then if I go into desktop, let me LAN. Let me move this off real quick. Two, 4. Okay, let me. I don't want to show the IP address. For the relay. Not that it would really matter, but because there's not really anything, it's not in production or anything, but this is, I guess I can't also read it out loud. That'd be stupid. Do I not have? I don't know. How do I? It's on Wi-Fi. Or it says Wi-Fi, so it should be able to connect to local stuff. That's really okay. Sorry, guys. Gotta just do it on the real phone. Oh, I don't have the auth token. That's what it is. Mission, test mission. Mission and mission, test mission. Right. Just stop. Test mission should have loaded the auth token. Okay. We're just gonna have to check manually. Okay. Objects. No, drawing. Circle. We're gonna add 2 rings. Manage sharing, share to all, apply. Okay, it's this dude. That's fine. Okay, and then if I draw one right next to it, then I share this me. Because I'm not on. LAN connect failed, timed out. Okay. Oh, it's been there the whole time. It was just off screen. Okay, move you. So I'm checking drawing, and then I go here, and now I inspect it. Inner rings custom. Okay, but I shouldn't. This should be locked because it's a shaved shape. But I see what it did. Okay, this looks fine and works. There's only one issue. I'm not even gonna tell it. I'm not even gonna tell it that there's an issue. Let's close this task and mark as complete. Update all documentation around these changes. Were there any other pieces of information in the backlog or in the product scope surrounding circles / range and bearing, circles / bullseyes that we needed to implement, or any other slices that we needed to implement before we do all this, before we close it all out? What is my favorite AI or automation tool for daily tasks? I don't really have one. On the last project, I had Hermes set up to run like every morning at like 5 a.m. and it would just do an audit for bugs. And then it would deliver an MD file and just inside of a morning audit file or folder. But that was on Grok 4.3, and then there was a bit of an automation system that then that I had a skill set up that basically scanned that audit file and then compared it to the code base and any other files that, or any other documentation that I had that may have talked about anything around like those bugs. And then it figured out which ones were real bugs or which ones were real. Because the Hermes part didn't take into account like specific decisions or things that were like in the backlog. And then I would start adding those bugs to a backlog of things that I needed to fix. So it was automated up front, and then there was kind of a somewhat manual process at the end of it. I haven't set that up on this because I basically have been doing. I trust Grok enough to look through everything now. Whenever I do my audits, I do have still a thing that takes the rest of the project's context into consideration whenever it's creating the bugs. But so the bugs are much more accurate this time, but also much more fewer. And so that's the only thing that I kind of have set up, but that's not on a cron job like I had it for the ADE project. The other one that I have is I set it up just a couple days ago, actually, where I have it go and it's not in Hermes because it connects directly with X. So I have to do it directly through Grok, and it's a manual process at this point. But I can just run a command script and it goes and searches X for a whole bunch of subjects that would be in the realm of NorthGrid. And then I can use it and then I'll just go, it gives me like, hey, this person's talking about asking this question. This is why I'm suggesting that you go reply to it, or make a post, something about it, about what they're asking for or what they're talking about along this subject. And then I just go and manually do it. It's not an automated thing. It just goes and finds, if someone's like, what's the best antenna for a Meshtastic device, then I can go and I can respond to it and say like, oh, I think it's X, Y, or Z. And then basically just as a marketing outreach thing. I don't even really use it for like, oh, you should totally go buy this exact antenna because it works great with NorthGrid. Like, I'm not doing anything that's like a hard sell for the app, but basically I log into my X account for NorthGrid. And then if people want to follow that account, then cool. If they don't, then they don't. But it basically is just for impressions and expanding marketing stuff. So those are like the two things that I have. One of them, and neither one of them are really automated at this point, fully automated. But that being said, if I had to say, like, in general, my favorite AI or automation tool for daily stuff is definitely FSD on our Tesla. I don't know if that actually counts for your question, but 100% is awesome. Totally worth the $100 a month. I need to like clean up this. There's like a rendering. It's mainly fine on iOS. Yeah, it's not a flicker so much on iOS. So it looks. There's a little bit. AC Films, I don't know. Did you just leave and come back? I did. I just talked about the AI thing, AI or automation tool. I don't know if you were gone for that or not. Need to check. Oh, so basically, I was just saying that, like, from an automation point of view, I used to have a thing with Hermes set up that just did like a morning QA set or morning like audit, and then it just put a script or a MD file in the project folder for the ADE, and then I would run Claude or Codex against it to check to see how good it is, or how it would basically just verify the bugs, and if they were verifiable, then it put it into a backlog, and then I would work through those bugs. I don't really have that set up for this project because I'm running I'm running audits regularly manually, but they're much more in depth than that, so they're not automated. And then I said the other thing, if we were to count outside of vibe coding, just in general, it would be FSD on our Tesla. Because I do consider driving a daily task at this point. Because of it. It's still in like, there's still us drive when like whenever I drive my Jeep, like that's that's an enjoyment thing. But if I'm just like cruising around town going to the grocery store, then that's a task. Documentation is complete, clean, nicely in the closure edits. So the next task we need to do is on iOS, if I resize a rectangle shape, I can only drag it to... I can only collapse the shape down and it doesn't reverse over itself. But on desktop, I can drag an anchor point all the way to the opposite side, and then it just starts to draw it in the opposite direction. But on iOS, it stops at that leg that I'm opposite of what I'm pulling from. So the bug is that on iOS, I need to be able to drag past the opposite leg. Let me know if that makes sense. Do I consider Clippy on Word an early version of AI? I mean, I guess so. I mean, we didn't know any better at that point. So, like it was kind of, like that was more like automated if else statements type of thing, I think. more than it was not like it was self-learning or anything like that. So I mean, it's hard to say that it was AI or not AI, but I would say definitely at the time we all thought it was AI. So I don't know. If Clippy still existed today as it did back then, I would not consider it AI. But back then, yeah. Okay. Yeah, it actually made sense. This is cool. That is cool. Okay, so I guess actually the way this should work is convert to slot, preferred instance, tabs, tab. By default, fill items on slots. Okay, so we'll do this for shapes. It would be mine, shared, others. So I gotta have a radio button. Do I need details? I don't think so. I don't have any details. I don't have details here, so that can go away. Do I not have a... I need to figure out, I might have to update this row item. That sucks. My preview now has matching coverage for 1-axis crossing, 2-axis crossing on a rotated basis, and near zero signed minimum behavior. The implementation remains 4 scoped files shared 1 core. So I need to have is this thing? 40? I almost feel like this just shouldn't be a row. It shouldn't be the same thing. If I'm looking at detach, that was surface almost none. Do it on this one, stroke, bottom. Almost none. Okay, so then I think that looks a little bit better. And then okay, so this is rectangle corners across either or both. Okay, so rebuild this dude. This could probably be done on the simulator. It's not networking. On. Really need more RAM. I didn't know we were all going to be doing AI shit when I ordered the laptop. Okay. Drawing. Sweet. Okay, that worked. Okay, this worked. So go ahead and mark this task as complete. The next thing we need to do is on iOS, if a shape is currently being manipulated, as in it's being moved or it's being scaled or the anchors are being moved or it's being rotated, we need to lock the map so that it cannot be zoomed in or out or rotated or anything like that. If the shape is selected but none of that is happening, then the map can be moved about and all that kind of stuff. But whenever it's being manipulated, the map needs to be locked down. Do you have any questions? Okay, so that's that task done. No questions. The boundary is clear. Map should remain fully interactive while a shape is merely selected. Then disable pan, pinch, zoom, rotation, pitch, blah blah blah. And just to clarify, this is for any shape or tool, not just for rectangles. There's not really... If it's mine, I guess I could say that... I'm gonna think on that one for a second. So this one needs to be... It's not really... That's better, I guess. Okay, and then... checked. Right? That's what this dude is. No, some. Can't be right. Minuscule. What are you? You're minuscule. Doesn't seem like enough. How about almost none? That looks better. Implementation is underway. Okay, but then, so the other thing is this needs share, hide, delete. I should probably do really not digging how this is turning out. So on mobile, that's how it would look. I don't know. Just don't know. that was cool. I need to see this. That's how. Send all updates. Oh, right. So I have to showcase when something has been updated. So that means that it has an update. has an update and it needs to be sent, then there needs to be a button that send all updates. I don't know why this is so complicated. Like, I like rack my brain around what it actually should be. Okay, this says you're done. Phone 16. Applies to every current shape tool to remove, resize, blah, 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 blah. Disables map. Stores the exact previous map settings on release cancellation. Selection alone and map drags outside the selected on remain unlocked. So if I go into details, then I go to the details screen. And then if I can hide show. Devices looked. Devices. Anymore. Okay, so if I can move, if I select you. So that looks good. The only thing is, so this looks good. The only thing is it possible to also disable multi-touch? So then that way, if the user's palm ends up touching the screen while they're manipulating the object, it doesn't try to, it doesn't interact or interfere with that action. So essentially, if any of the rotation or moving or sizing, anchor points, any of that kind of stuff is happening, then no other taps will be recognized. Is that a thing that is allowed by Apple? Files. So this needs to be Bill. Okay. Yep. And then, so you're gonna be... Did I really not hook up a... Apple supports the robust implementation would track only the first finger on our manipulation or reorganizing. Later touches. Temporarily disable every other recognizer attached to the map, including selection, tap, pinch. Enable is exclusive touch during manipulation to block new touches, reaching other views in the app window. Restore every recognizer and touch settings to its exact previous state on release, cancellation, or failure. Continue applying this through the universal manipulation boundary. Yes, go ahead and implement this now. Objects. What happened? What does this say? It does hide all, show all whenever. Delete. Keep with the nomenclature. This needs to be fill. 8 equals 44. Really hate these fucking curves. Is there anything in the either in the Apple HIG or in the Apple App Store disqualification type stuff that pertains to UI elements and the corner radius of the screens, as far as them like being partially cropped or anything like that? It would just be so much space taken up. The enforceable one, App Store rejection. The Higgs layout guidance requires that essential content and interactive controls stay within the safe areas, which by definition accounts for the hardware rounded corners. Dynamic island home indicator. Apple's review guidance has been used since the iPhone X era to reject apps whose UI is clipped by the display's rounded corners or obscured by the sensor housing. Backgrounds, maps extended edge to edge. Buttons, labels, chips cropped by the corner is rejectable. Fuck. There's no public API that returns the device's concentric corners. The HIG stylistic one, no rejection. Just Apple wants corner radii. If you want near the screen edge, should look concentric with the display corner. The element's radius plus its order plus its margin should visually nest inside the hardware curve. Public tools for this. Do we know if this is something that they check visually, or is this something that they check the code for? I need to just fix this, because this will just be a problem. I fucking know it will be. Is there a specific pixel size for the safe area? And is it the same for every device, or is it dynamic based on the device? $34. Treat the safe area as an opaque runtime value, lay chrome out inside it, then let the map ignore it, never branch on a specific. If a design needs 16 point from safe edge, express it as safe area relative padding. Default layout does this correctly with zero code. Is it possible to overwrite the safe area value in Swift, or is it just something that is set automatically and you can't adjust it? But you can't shrink it. Is the current NorthGrid safe area for the drawer in landscape currently being used? Has it been extended, or is it set to 0? Or set to ignore, I guess. So that is 40. Are we able to only allow portrait with the dynamic island on top, or landscape with the dynamic island on the left? Or do we have to code for the dynamic island to also be on the right? Is that something that we can not allow? And have Apple accept it? If it's that, it should be acceptable. Is there, for example, what is the safe area for an iPhone 17 Pro in landscape mode with the dynamic island on the left? What is the safe area for the right side? $62 pixels. So the way it works now is we have safe area turned off, but Apple should still allow it as long as nothing is covered up by the edges of the physical device, right? So if I set the inset to 40 pixels for the right side, that clears the radius of the device. Apple should not reject it at that point, correct? There's no way I gotta make this 62. So that's at 40, and then if I just make sure that there's no way that they would dock you for that. Like, that'd be 16. First finger, okay, so that's done. We'll do desktop, save. Why? What is 8422? $874. $874. Why is this phone so much different? I mean, I would definitely say that that looks good now. There's no way that that's even close. No, that looks stupid. Okay, you're saying this build is ready. Why are you not? Why are you not? Is really not wanting to build my phone. Or it built, but it's not wanting to load. We'll just... There. I don't know what its deal is. It is moving the little circle, the little pie shape is getting updated, but what the fuck? Okay, you're plugged into USB now. Does that speed it up? Okay, that seemed to fix the problem. That's what I want. Okay, yep, this worked. So go ahead and mark that as complete. What did Claude call this? One landscape. Oh, careful with apples inverted. The interface orientation where the island sits on the left is the next thing that I want to do is I want to lock the orientation so that it can only work when the dynamic island is on the left in landscape mode or at the top in portrait mode. I want to remove all of the code and logic that we have in place for dealing with the dynamic island being on the right. And to clarify, when I say on the right, I mean when it's on the same side that the dock is. Drawer. Okay, I'm gonna go get some food. can you help me explain or understand why the builds are taking so long? That was a 15-minute build, but we only edited um like less than 100 lines worth of code. I know I'd probably say at least 50% of it is being done during the QA cycle. I was watching the builder do its thing, and it looked like it said that it tested something like 20 times and then it decided that everything passed. It's also doing 955 tests, which I can only assume are all of the tests for the entire project versus things that are only local to this code. Is there any way that we can better optimize this build process or this QA process? Because it just seems like it's taking forever to do very simple tasks. Okay. Those definitely need to be smaller now. What the fuck? All right, that's a little better. That goes to details, that would just hide it, that selects it. If I select multiple, I can do it on the map or... I think so. I want you to do an investigation on the objects on the map. Whenever they are selected or deselected, there usually is a flicker. It's like the shape that is on the map when it is static stays visible for 1 or 2 frames, while the fake shape that is the one that is getting modified and moved around is loaded. Is there anything that we can do to make that flicker not happen or make the timing better? Just don't like this at all. Do I really care how? I don't think I do. Yes, the flicker is a render handoff race, and the Mac implementation matches your description almost exactly. On Mac, the edible SVG ghost is created immediately, static. For 1 or 2 frames, the old shape can therefore remain underneath the moving ghost. On release, the overlay is cleared after a generic render event or a fixed millisecond fallback, not after the specific. Restores the committed feature and clears the ghost before blah 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 blah. The durable fix is an event-driven 2-phase handoff. Render the transient shape at the original position. Hide the committed feature. And this wouldn't cause any sort of performance issue because we're just modifying the fake items and not the underlying ones, correct? think that looks fine. Does this have any impact on 2D to 3D or 3D to 2D performance? And also, what about clustering? Okay, let's go ahead and implement this change then. So but this doesn't give me a way to send updates if there are any. Do I really need a header that tells me the name? Like, that's pretty fucking obvious. That looks pretty fun. Why are these? That doesn't really... guess that makes sense. Like, it doesn't really make sense that it's there, but it makes sense as far as what it does. I think it'd be better. Rotten page. What am I making? I am making basically a new if you know what ATAK is, I'm basically making a new version of that. But it's a whole new protocol type of thing, but it can interop back and forth with existing ATAK users and people in the new experience. So it's a situational awareness toolkit. Right now, it was something that was designed in like 2010 by the government, and it still to this day looks and feels like it was done in 2010. Sounds like I'm making it better. That'd be the goal. Yeah, so this is what it looks like, or this is what my app NorthGrid looks like. So like this is the desktop version of it, and then these are what some of the desktop or the iPhone versions look like, and then this is what the actual thing, the Android app, the only thing that kind of exists looks like today. So like really nasty and gross. And it's not user friendly at all. It's pretty difficult to use and all that kind of stuff. It is, so I have it up and running. So like this is the live thing, and this is just like whatever Claude or Fable or GPT wanted to make. So I've just been working on the skin while the prompts are going in the background. So yeah, that's basically what I'm doing, working on. But yeah, so it'll the cool thing is that you can send it across, you can send shapes, you can send communication, you can send instructions and all that kind of stuff to anybody that's connected through the mobile device or to the desktop, and vice versa. Over, if everybody's connected to the internet, you can do it over a self-hosted relay, or you can do it over a LAN gateway. So if my laptop's the only thing that's connected to the internet, the phones can connect to the laptop through LAN, and then it can connect to the relay that way, or it can go over Meshtastic radios. Rebuilding old classic DOS games? Like, when you say rebuilding them, what does that mean exactly? Like, are you recreating them, or like, I guess what I'm getting at is it more than an emulator, or are you keeping true to them? Use King's Quest V as a base. I feel like I know King's Quest. I do know King's Quest. Okay. Okay. How many are you? I don't even, I haven't. How many are there? Google suggesting that there are at least 9. There is no official King's Quest 9. Concluded with King's Quest Mask of Eternity in 1998. The Old Gentleman. Oh, then you're saying 13 officially. Maybe, does that include DLCs or something? Or maybe that's talking about this thing that they started up again in 2015, 2016 with the reboot. I don't know. Yeah, I don't think I've heard that name since the last time I played a Sierra game, which obviously means it's been quite a while. Dude, you're telling me. What was the amazing contraption, or the amazing incredible machine? With like the mirrors and the lasers, and then you had like the toaster that could scare the mouse or something. What was that game called? Yeah. Okay. Yeah, man, they had good games. There was that one, and then that's the one I played like the absolute most of, for sure. And then yeah, Rube Goldberg. Yep. What was there was another one. The Incredible Machine, 1992. Damn. Okay. Okay, so this was the even older school one. I don't remember. I didn't play that one. Would have been like 95. Aces over Europe. Definitely played the shit out of that one. The Even More Incredible Machine. Nope. That's not it. Pinball. Definitely played the pinball game. Damn, they made a shit ton of games. NASCAR. Space Quest? That sounds familiar, but I don't think so. I could have swore there was another Incredible Machine. They get credit for Half-Life? Okay. Well, good on them. Incredible Return of the Incredible Contraptions? Maybe that's what I'm thinking of. '93. That just doesn't look like the screenshot I have in my head. But I don't know. Some of the names, yeah, they're pretty bad. What do you expect for a game shop that was in Oklahoma? I like that could attract like top talent. Okay, we are in QA, so that's good. Yeah, so I've just been working on UI stuff, reskinning stuff while the old Codex has been running. Oh shit, Rotten Crush, what's up? Mainly just played the adventure games. Okay, so you guys are in here together. What? So you're saying you're smashing together these games. Are you keeping them like true to the graphics? Are you like recreating the graphics? Like what are we talking about here? New graphics and stories. Okay, so more like you're using like the mechanisms or the mechanics from these games. What are you building it in? Like, surely not like Unreal Engine or something. Like that seems a bit overkill. More of an homage. Okay, gotcha. Interesting. So, like, is one of you doing the script writing and the other one doing engine stuff, or like how? I've always been interested in is building new engines of its own. Okay, that seems intense. Page is artificial. Bringing in bots. Okay, well, I mean, whatever. As long as more people viewing the stream than what I had, so I don't really care. Interesting. Okay, so then it is just GPT 5.6. Okay. So what's the value of bringing the bot into Twitch with you? I said, I don't really care. I'm just curious. Like, that's a interesting thing to have, like, your own bot in the room with you. Is it just collecting transcript data, or like, what's it doing? She's learning to co-host. Okay. I mean, bro, that's some pretty advanced shit. Is it attached to like an avatar and voice, or is it just text only? Almost like as a moderator. And you can get stuff back from 11 Labs that quick? I was playing around with 11 Labs, and I didn't think that the response time was that good. I had another project that I was working on that had voice control and also voice narration back, and it was using Parakeet to capture my voice as commands and stuff like that, and then whenever, say, like a task was completed, it would speak back to me. But then it was just speaking back to me using the built-in Apple stuff. Generates banter in the background. Yeah, I was looking at doing I was thinking about doing Grok voice, because it's pretty damn cheap and it's pretty fast. But then I think GPT, what is it, GPT fast, or GPT 2 something fast or whatever, is even faster, but it was like 3 times as much. But yeah, I was playing around with 11 Labs for something else, and then I thought about implementing it, but it just didn't have the speed. There's probably more stuff that I could have done to increase the responsiveness, but it just didn't seem, it wasn't natural enough, I guess. Yeah, I ran a couple different like audits through it just to find some performance pieces, just to try to clear up the pipeline so that it could, to try to get it out of, like, to get my system out of the way for the LLMs to just do their thing. But I still didn't think 11 Labs was that fast. But it probably would have been fine. I was just being super anal about it. It has to run through her. Okay. Yeah, that's kind of a... I guess... Could you speed it up by doing like a fork, where if the response or the message out doesn't require reasoning, and if it doesn't like require reasoning, then you use something faster, like a faster non-reasoning model, or just a lesser reasoning model. Is that a possibility? So then it doesn't have to run through Hermes directly. um, maybe viewers do. I don't know. I don't know how hot Page is. Trade a few different local models. Are you... So does Page then, I assume, then just reacts to both chat and your direction at the same time? Like it takes input from both places? Yes. That's cool. Do you have like manual inputs? Thank you, Paige. In chat, react to chat. So like if you wanted, I don't know, if you wanted Paige to clap, you could like push a button on your stream deck and it would send a command and then she would start clapping. Yes, the resets with Codex, like I don't know what they're doing, man. Like I've got 4 stacked up. Then this was, so I've used 30% of the week for today. I don't know if they just got rid of the 5 hours so then they could drain the weekly faster, but then they've been handing out more reset. I don't know what's going on here, but a custom console. Because OBS doesn't play friendly with Mac. Really? Honestly, like I don't know if I could ever stream off of a Windows PC ever again. Because setting everything up in OBS with like audio splitting and all that kind of stuff, like just for that one thing alone, it was super worth it to not have to stream from my Windows PC. Like if I was to stream playing video games again, I'd probably do capture like HDMI out of my PC into my Mac and then stream it that way. Gotcha. You're streaming as you, we YouTube. Okay, so then so Page is a 3D model completely controlled by AI, and then is that you have AI, or I don't know how the VTube stuff works. I don't know how, what's required to get like video capture of yourself and then tie that into a VTube type thing. Motion track personally. Okay. And then, but so is the motion track set, like that's not AI, that's just like scripted, like just a watcher essentially. That stuff's great. I don't know how that stuff happens or how that stuff works. Because I see like the stuff that's like it just is motion capture, kind of like, you know, like old school Connect 360 type stuff. But then there's the stuff where it's like, you know, they replace themselves for user generated content stuff, which obviously uses AI. Second review caught one last ring-specific defect before command. The new MAC filter expected an entering shape ID, but the actual ring features do not carry that property. So the rings. Okay, so that's nuts. Considering letting her host her own vibe stream. So when Paige vibe codes, is it Paige herself or is it Paige controlling sub-agents and the sub-agents are doing the vibe coding? She can and has brought sub-agents. Okay. I can only imagine the token burn to control something like that. Like that's gotta be crazy high. Is that a logic thing or a yeah, I mean, they've definitely been generous with the resets. I also noticed that Claude gave out a reset earlier today. They're just going back and forth. Have you tried Grok for any of this stuff? But not building. Have you tried it with 4.5 yet? Because I use before 4.5, I definitely used 4.3 for like planning, like high level scope design. But 4.5 has it. I've definitely been utilizing it more and more for audit reports and bug finding and stuff like that. I've given it some building stuff and it's worked out great. I just don't have it in a I don't have a good way of working it into my workflow right now. We taught Codex Babel's workflow and it laughed. Yeah, so I have like a custom workflow. Codex doesn't really follow it very well, but Claude follows it pretty good. So like the way my setup works is, so I'll give it a thing. Well, that's asking me. So like I'll give it a prompt and then it'll go and do investigative stuff and then it comes back with anything and then it also comes back with its plan. And then once I approve the plan, then it sends it off to the sub agents to do building and QA, and then it comes back, and then it verifies and then lets me know. So it's a little bit slower. I kind of worked it. Kind of built it before they came out with like slash goal or this like the delegate thing. Um, so I actually haven't even tried the whole like delegation team stuff. I don't know. This seems to work pretty well. And like I had one task or a set of tasks, a sprint, if you will, run on Fable 5 for like 20 hours straight. And it barely used any credits. So it was using Fable 5 as the advisor and then Sonnet 5 as the builder and QA. So I don't really know how my workflow stacks up against like the whole like delegate thing, but it works the same in Claude and in Codex. Codex just doesn't follow it as strictly. Claude's pretty good. I feel like it's extremely slow in the past like week. I don't know. Not that GBT's been really that much faster today. Grok is by far the fastest out of the two, or out of the three, I guess. Okay, so you're saying you're done. Launch that, see how it goes. I really want to like Grok for image gen, but I don't know. I feel like it just doesn't get what I want. I don't know. I feel like if I prompt Grok Imagine myself, the results just aren't great. If I tell Claude or GPT that I want a prompt to give to Grok Imagine, then it's 10 times better. Draw things is awesome if you have the time. I don't know what draw things is. I'd like to get into using Higgs field for stuff. I just haven't, it's just another subscription. Ugh, that's even worse. So it's fine on... Draw things is free. You just have to download the right flux model. Training them takes time, but well worth it. How many, like, could I run it on just like a single MacBook Pro? Or what, like how many parameters is it? An M5 with 16 gigs. Yeah, I wish I had known that I needed more RAM when I bought this laptop. This is an M3, but it has a huge hard drive, but not huge amounts of RAM. That's the problem. I use it for photography and video stuff, and then got into the AI thing after. So I didn't even know that I was going to be a thing. 12 billion. I have oof, that would have sucked. I wonder, I don't remember how many gigs of RAM a 5080 is. I have this brand new, like, a year old maybe, 5080 AMD CPU, all that kind of stuff. And then it's just sitting over here because I just vibe code all the time. I don't play video games anymore. So on Dust, let me check this on mobile before I give it a status report. Jesus. Six apps next week. Built 4 website, a Mac OS app. So, I mean, I've only been doing it for, let's say, end of May, and I got pretty far into one project, which was a Swift app, and it was all AI based. And then I started working on this one late June. So my throughput is like super slow. Definitely not shipping no 6 apps and 4 websites. What about rectangles? Okay. So on iOS, I think this approach worked. There's still a very tiny flicker, but I think it's acceptable, and it really only happens on deselect. So unless you find something that is an easy win to help polish it out, I think iOS is good. On desktop though, I think the flickering is actually worse. So I don't know if there can be an animation in between the two states, or if there's still a hard-coded 50 millisecond pause, or what. It's not the same as iOS, where it's pretty much fixed on selection. It's on selection and deselect that the flickering is happening. You have a creative agency? Like a real creative agency, or like, that makes it sound like not legitimate, but like take on like clients and all that kind of stuff, because that's basically what I used to do as a real job. I was VP of creative for a consulting. Yeah, I'll check it out. Yeah, so I'm not a developer by nature. I'm a creative director by nature for the past like 17 years or so. You can ask my other agent, Becca. Okay. Weird, useful. Yeah, you're in Boise? That's cool. I am just south of you then. "15 years creative experience." Yeah, so we pretty much. So do you have? Is it just you, or do you have a like real employees as well. You and Becca and Paige in Utah. Truly trivial deselect polish. I'm focusing on desktop selection and deselection now. Server from drag and also. The only timer near this work is a 250-second safety recheck for drag release, and it never reveals an unready source. Every select and deselect currently rewrites all committed shape label sources to reconcile clustering, then changes the edit decoration. Both. Okay, so it thinks it knows what the problem is. You have 5 barbers and a security guy. You're a busy dude, man. Or chick. Well, your website said dude. Had a picture of a dude, so I can only assume. Interesting. Yeah, like I said, I used to be VP for a large development and consulting firm. I led all the consulting and digital design stuff in North America, and then my main focus was like e-commerce. Nickelodeon, Cartoon Network, LucasArts. That's very cool, man. I do now I just do photography mainly in the off-road world for a couple different brands, and then go and shoot the big like off-road races and stuff like that. And then this app would be more, obviously it's going to be marketed towards more of like the overlanding crowd, but overlanding and hunting and survival stuff. But obviously there is another angle to it that is less marketable to the general public. At least to general social media platforms, I should say. Are you an artist also? I wouldn't say that. Just only on the UI UX side. So like this, I'll stay in Figma all day long and do that, or I'll stay in analytics and do all that, or like I said, the photography or video stuff. But I wouldn't consider any of that artistic. Yeah, 100%. Love and making it more accessible. Yeah, I think that's a good way of thinking about it. Like some of the like my other project that I was doing, it wasn't 100% like, I would say it was definitely original, but there's definitely other people out there that were doing similar things. But I think they were charging 10 times way more money than they should. So I was like, well, fuck it. I'll just roll my own. So. Yeah, I mean, I think that you definitely have like an art side to it for sure. Like if you're doing everything motion capture, VTube, and then it all connects to the page aspect of it, I definitely think that was more on the artistic side. Like that's almost like if you think about like art installations, it's kind of like in that. You'll remake Adobe and sell it for $1. I think the problem you've got what is that, Photopia or whatever? I think that would be your main competition. I saw someone on X just recreated Figma. Like they had Fable one shot Figma, and I ended up replying to it saying like, if you can do the one thing that Figma can't do, which is math for variables, I'll switch. Like it's just like I can't believe Figma still doesn't have the ability to do math for variables. It's ridiculous. But yeah, like what you're doing is like art installation stuff. I had a friend. Um, I used to live in Vegas, working at an ad agency, and I had a colleague who ran his own thing, and he did all of the installations for the Cosmopolitan. And so there's the digital signage, and it's reactive. It's not you'd have to kind of pay attention to it, but it is reactive to kind of what's going on. And so he did all that kind of stuff. So I feel like that's kind of like what you're doing with the with what all the VTube stuff. It's quasi art installation. I don't know if this constitutes as artistic. This is more systems design. Personally. He got a few bucks, yeah. He 100% got a few bucks. Mac OBS Easy will be up by next week. So one of the apps that you did is is a like fake OBS, not fake, but unhealthy obsession with. I mean, I'm a red-blooded male. I understand. I get it. I get it. Shit. Yeah, man, it was good talking to you. Thanks for stopping by, man. Good luck on the old page thing, and if you're on Twitch, I'll definitely go try to find you if you're streaming one day. I'll try to uh check in for sure. Um, I'm interested to see how all this works, especially the response time stuff. But yeah, have a good one, man. See ya. Okay, back to what is Codex working on? Desktop implementation is green. Oh man, yeah. I'll check it out for sure. So you're supposed to be small. Small. Delete. So you need to be your fill. How do I change it to push? And then that would I think that'll work the best. That should be. I think that looks better. I don't like that the buttons and the tabs are different sizes. $13. And then what? Why is your border radius? Oh, that was for that one. So that has. You're just set to 28. Okay. I think that's about as good as that's gonna. As good as that's gonna get. Are you still thinking? You are still thinking. Performance and not covered by production path tests in the green locally. No fixed delay was added. No per frame committed. No obvious new dead code. Um. Can you do an investigation on ATAK shapes and objects in general? And if a person shares a object with someone else, is the recipient of the shared object able to modify anything of that object, or is it simply just something that shows on their screen and they can hide show it? This thing is blowing out. Um, push. I feel like I'm really hung up on this whole push share thing because we're saying rectangle one has an update that needs to be pushed out because it's already shared. I guess I also need a way to. So this is saying you have an update, and then we're gonna say that can't can't do that because if it doesn't have it, I don't want to color the shape because then that makes it look like that's the color of the shape. Maybe. Maybe. Yeah. We'll do it this way. Details. Fill container. Hide you. I think that'll be better. Then it won't be bouncing around. Okay, implemented and committed on desktop. Okay, so were there any enhancements to iOS that I should check, or did you not find anything that could help improve it there? Mac. Okay, so only desktop. Okay, you're getting a video. Review this video to see if it gives you any hints on where the flickering is taking place, because it still looks like it is just as bad as it was the last time. Um, so I'm not 100% sure what's going on. A received object is fully editable by the recipient. There is no ownership, no ACL, no theirs equals locked anywhere. The details that matter edit propagates back and clobber. If B edits A's circle and taps send, the updated event goes out under the same UID in everybody's copy. And is replaced. Last write wins on timestamp. Nothing in the protocol verifies belongs to its and the only is other users self PLI markers. Yeah. Local deletion is local only. The only real permissions in the ATAK ecosystem live server side and data sync missions. It'd be a nice safety default. Prevent accidental clobbering with an explicit take editorial control action, but it's a design addition, not interop parity. Real read only. So if someone on ATAK shared a shape with me or they updated my shape and sent it back, would I still know that that shape would that would NorthGrid understand that that's not a shape that I created or I edited at that point because it's technically no longer something that I made? Or how does that work? If someone on ATAK updated my shape and sent it back, would NorthGrid understand that that's not a shape that I created or that it's understand that it's no longer my original shape and mark it? We'll just send it. It'll figure out what I'm trying to say. It's really bad. So that's a bug I need to fix. I'm not sure why, but I can't see your stream on Twitch, but it says error. I don't know if your resolution is fucked up or something. Oh, that sucks. Um, I'm not. I don't know, dude. No, it's just 2560. It's just a 1440p resolution. I have a tab open on a different screen, and I can see it. Let me check my phone. One moment. Yeah, my phone pulls it up just fine. Am I a Twitch affiliate? No, I am not a Twitch affiliate. Sadly, that'd be cool. Um, yeah, on my phone, I see it, so it should be fine. Um, not sure. There's been a couple other people in here earlier tonight, and they never mentioned any problem. So I don't know. Try because if not, then it'll push out that 14 minutes until you can receive it. I guess. Yeah, I don't know. Both on this screen, I can see quality is 1440p, which and then that's the source, and then obviously I can pull it up on my phone. Like I said, there's been a couple people in here tonight, um, and they haven't said anything about it being an issue. It's kind of weird. I don't know. Are you on a phone or tablet or? Error 1000. Typically a browser playback or decoding issue. To resolve it, clear your Twitch cookies and site data, or test the stream in an incognito window to rule out conflicting ad blockers or extensions. Not to pass the buck, man, but that sounds kind of like a receiver problem. Thanks for the heads up though, but yeah, I don't know. Not sure what it would what that issue would be. To no op in the production app. So if ATAK users edits our shape and rebroadcast raw costs, NorthGrid silently drops it. Yeah, but if yeah, so which isn't encoding it. I'm encoding the 1440p. I don't have any dropped frames on my end. Like I said, I could put like on in my browser, it's fine. On my phone, it's fine. Um so it should be fine. Um I used to stream like ultra wide resolution 1440p, and that used to come fine for months, and that was fine as well. So I'm not saying it's not me, but try on your phone, but not on Wi-Fi. You restart Twitch. Mm, it shows up. It shows up and then it starts to spin again. So that's fun. Interesting. Can I change resolution mid-stream? I don't know if I can. Video, no, I can't. Interesting. That might explain a lot of things. I swear, Twitch. If yeah, I'm only doing 1440p 30. I thought it would be fine. I used to be affiliate when I streamed games, so maybe that is. So I will have to take a look at that. That might actually explain a lot of shit. I appreciate the heads up. Guess I could scale it down to 1080, stream at 1440, and then scale down to 1080. That'd be my only thought. Um, yeah, and I can't change it without shutting the stream down. Built a custom GUI via Python's basically all Twitch and a GUI. I mean, that's pretty fucking cool. Yeah, I mean the resolution is just no, you're definitely not like Boston. Like this is good information. Um yeah, it's just 2560 1440. So I mean it's a standard resolution. The only I don't know if it matters or not, but like I'm on an ultra wide and then I just crop it down when I stream, but it should still be 2560 1440. I'm happy you helped me find out my yeah, I mean, good on you. I mean, yeah, thanks for the heads up, but then also like I'm glad I helped find the bug for you. Um so the most important thing that you mentioned in this is that um an ATAK edit would never come back to our shape store. Um so we need to account for that. So make can you make an entry in the backlog file as something that I need to address in a future sprint, and then record anything else that we may need to update um, or investigate further for interop with ATAK. Working on ATAK. Well, so I'm actually like not to like make you work for it, but if you go over to YouTube, just YouTube, and then it's Aaron Builds on YouTube. Um, I'm building a whole new, like it's an all new app, and it's like it's even like an entirely new environment. It's like it sounds extremely big of me to call it ATAK 2.0, but it there's a whole bunch of enhancements that ATAK doesn't have since that was made, like a decade and a half ago. So it uses its own protocol, but it transmits everything in standard COT format, and then it just has additional information, and it does compact it. So there's things that can go over, for example, like Meshtastic that ATAK can't. Oh, that's good. Good. Um, yeah. So this is you're actually like the first person to like come in that even knew what the fuck ATAK was. So this is the working app as it is today. Um, I'm just working on some like performance issues as far as like this flickering thing that's happening with the shapes. I tried to fix it. It was like 2 frames of flickering, and now I've tried to fix it, and now it's like 20 frames of flickering. So I done fucked up. But yeah, so this is the app as it is today. It's just like the standard iOS stuff for now. But then in between prompts, I've been working on the skin. So I've been in here doing all the design work in Figma in between prompts. So this is kind of what it'll look like all done and dusted. But so everything is kind of up and running now. So yeah, I can connect to Relay, LAN, and Meshtastic. So I got gateways and all that kind of stuff. Um, and then yeah, so there's everything can be tied to missions, com packages, objects. The big thing I've been working on is the objects and being able to do like camera redraws and doing the selections and doing the sharing across devices. So all that's all working. I've kind of just been like nitpicking on this performance thing with this flickering. So yeah, I don't really know what the fuck's going on. Yeah, yeah. It's well, so like the problem is like I don't have an Android device, so I can't even fucking use it. And iTak is terrible. and only does like 2% of what ATAK does in this anyway. So this will be iOS and Mac. Like obviously this is a Mac app, and this is all native Swift and AppKit, and then it's a native Swift iOS device or iOS app. Um, so it all runs here, and then so we've got comms networks, maps, all the map information, drawing, all that's all in here. And so I've just been working on doing some enhancements and stuff like that. Like iTak doesn't have bullseyes. You can't do rings or anything like that. Um, so at a minimum, this app's already better. So building shit like car accident prediction, machine learning stuff, and weird stuff. So ATAK is in my scope. He was working on some technology to predict IED risks. Dude, that's fucking awesome. Yeah, I definitely want to do it. Like, so I have in my product scope. So like right now I'm working on like the objects, but like I've been working on in the skinning process, I've been working on the layers. So, alerts, markers, shapes, navigation, all that kind of stuff imported. So there's the layers portion, and if you it sounds like you're aware of ATAK. So, in ATAK you've got overlay. It kind of like in a roundabout way combines overlays with layers. And so I'm breaking it apart where there's going to be the stuff that overlays with the map, but then there's the layers pieces for all the individual objects. So there will be overlays for, if you want to import your own like weather. So if you have I'll have some stuff like built into it, and then there'll be ways that you can add your own custom overlays because as long as it lines up with, the tile engine. Um, and then so there can be overlays, and then obviously there'll also be like video ingestion. So I actually went through and like I have I don't know if it's like uh 20,000 um traffic cameras across the entire country that are all video. So that's there's it's like 500,000 like photo cameras. Um And so that'll be able to just be brought in as an overlay, and then you could click on it, and then that'll launch the video player. So like that'll all be as a part of it. So if you've got like an IED detector overlay thingy-mabob, depending on how you output it, it might be something that could go into it. As far as adding reticulum, I looked into reticulum as an option to kind of go parallel with Meshtastic, and I will be adding mesh core as well. The problem with Reticulum is the licensing stuff. The way that their license is set up, um, it kind of ruins other things that I want to add to it. So it's something that has been explored and partially scoped, but at this moment in time, it's not on the V1 roadmap. I would definitely love to do Reticulum though. Like it obviously fits everything that I want to do. So, if you could do, you know, if you had LTE out to the relay plus you were connected to a Halo Wi-Fi system with a Meshtastic backup, like that's the whole theme of everything. And these are all fallback and auto routing, and with dedupe messaging on the receiving end. So yeah, Reticulum would work great, and it would actually make my life a lot easier as far as this stuff goes, but unfortunately, because of their licensing stuff, it's not if I didn't wanna get in trouble, I can't really do it. What license is it? I think it's like what is it, GPL3 or GLP3 or something like that. So it's not MIT. And then part of their licensing is that it can't be used for AI or uh hurting people. Like it can't be used to hurt people. Basically kind of as a what came out after like the whole uh when the Department of War was using Anthropic to carry out, strikes in Iran. That it's kind of like that whole ordeal. I think it was probably in place before then, but in general. So I'd have to like explore something like what who is it? Like Persistent Systems, who makes what is it, the NPU5? Like they have essentially their own built-in reticulum. Um if I wanted to be, by the book, true and legal and all that kind of stuff. So, yeah. Um it's not even running. Yeah, go ahead and take another stab at trying to fix the rendering problem because it's flickering. Yeah, I know I definitely did I definitely scoped reticulum because whenever I discovered it I was like, yes, 100% this. I definitely want to fucking implement this thing, and then no dice. But then so like Meshtastic, for example, they have certain licenses as well, but the protocol itself is not licensed, doesn't have a license. So like everything inside of like whenever I do a scan, whenever I scan for radios, like this is my own piece. Whenever I send a message from like this radio to this radio, it does not notify the Meshtastic app. It doesn't use any of their protocols or anything like that. So it stays complete. It rides the radio frequencies, but it does not have anything really to do with the. It uses the technology, but not the protocol. I guess is kind of the way to say it. Yeah, GPL. I think you're right. GPL2 is the one where you also have to show open source your code. Kind of confusing. Yeah, I think that's the one that Reticulum is, um, because that was definitely called out in the review. Um, and put the kibosh on it. Study modify not limit fields of use, including commercial free software. If you distribute the software or derivate, provide the full source code, including your modifications to recipients. Yeah, so like that's the other part is obviously so mine the app itself is not going to be open source. It will be there will be a free aspect to it, and then there'll be like a premium upgrade. Um the relay server I will open I will make it available I don't know if I want to call it open source, but it'll be freely available on GitHub, and you can download it and you can install it on your own server. Everything is self-hosted. The only thing that comes from my servers is the map stuff. Um, it has a custom license. Okay. Meshtastic might have been 3 or 2 then. Um, so yeah, the relay server will be completely open so that you can see exactly what the hell's happening. There is no like it calls home or anything like that going on, and you can install it on your own server if you want. Or there's one-click hosting. Like so you can go in at a relay hosting, and then you can connect your DigitalOcean account, and then you push it to your own DigitalOcean, and then that, if you don't give a shit about any of that, you can just do it there, and it's like a one-click install. So there's that, but like nothing comes back to me. The only thing that connects to my servers, like I said, is the map service, and that's just so that if you in like the premium tier, the thought is that you can just have satellite photos. Yeah, you could just do satellite photos as and it'll be built in. But you can also do just like an ATAK. You'll be able to upload your own map tiles and stuff like that. Yep, exactly. So the software itself doesn't have the ability to harm human beings, but it's like a super gray area of like it can be used obviously for that type of thing. Even though 99% of the marketing that I'm going to put out there is going to be more for hunting and LARPing, airsoft, or disaster relief, all that kind of stuff. Yeah. Preaching to the choir, bud. Trust me, I was pretty pissed off when I saw that. But I mean, I don't know. I guess I get it. Like at the same, it's kind of it's not as like, okay, that's a decision. You're being upfront about it. Cool, whatever. Do you? But like it's not as stupid as like Anthropic signing an agreement with the Department of War and then them getting butthurt about their AI being used for the Department of War to perform war activities. Like, come on now, don't be stupid. 250 millisecond readiness street check is gone. Independent verification, okay. And then Claude. Bear caught events have no owner version, and the 2 inbound paths, NG sync versus raw caught, need 1 merge policy. New and ATAK interop entry covering everything from today's events. Shit. So yes, the one thing that I've found was Claude. Once I had Claude review for a different project that I had, because I was trying to use an open source thing that I found on GitHub for another project. And once Claude did the investigation on the repo, it then came back and it said its license was whatever its license was, and so we wouldn't be able to use it for what I wanted. And so I was like, well, can you just like take a look at their code and figure out what they're doing and then report back? And it was like, no, I can't do that because it's against the license. And it's like, okay, well, fuck me then. Yeah. I guess you could. That's like a legal gray area thing of like, do you just download the repo? disconnect it from the source, from origin, and then be like, "Hey, Claude, I just wrote all this code. Can you take a look at it and make some adjustments here and there for me?" Like, mm, I don't know. It's not really a gray area that I want to play in, I don't think. Especially for this type of app. All right, please be good. No, you're still bad. Yeah, that's exactly what I was saying. Git clone, delete the license, put MIT license, upload to Claude. Yeah, I mean that would get around Claude being a bitch about it, but ethically, I don't care either. Really, I say that as someone who's creating this thing, and then if someone did the exact same thing with like my relay server code, then yeah, I'd be kind of pissed off as well. But like, I'm not even thinking about it from an ethical point of view as much as it's more just I don't even want to deal with getting into legal disputes or anything like that. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like what was it? Um I was just looking at a thing. Fuck, what was it? I was literally looking at something like this afternoon before I started streaming, and it was talking about something about how like you can't. It was against it was against their license, and then it was also like they somehow were saying that they put in preventative measures so that like AI wouldn't be able to read it or access it or anything like that. So when people rip your software makes you happy, kind of view it as we're all one team. Yeah, but fuck communism. So mm, we might feel like we're all on the same team, but then it's not like they're gonna come back and help you. So I don't know. Plus, I mean, I'd rather like someone not steal my shit. Like if someone stole my shit and then they got big off of it, I'd be pretty fucking pissed that I didn't get big off of it. I mean, I guess that's on me for not marketing it as well as they did, but I don't know. Guess I'm greedy. Okay. So can you help explain in simpler terms what exactly were your last fix did? Because I'm still not seeing any difference between this and a um couple rounds ago whenever we were trying to fix this. Um, can you explain what you're trying to do and then do an investigation to see if there's any other approaches that we can be taking, even if that includes like adding animations for the fade in, fade out of these types of things. That might at least get rid of the hard flicker. History will note you are the origin of it, right? I don't know. Do you remember the guy who actually started Tesla, or do you just know is that Elon is the owner and CEO? So I mean, it's kind of sure if you go read the footnotes on something, maybe history remembered you, but like it's not you in conversation. It's not you that's coming up in conversation. Granted, the dude who actually started Tesla and then Elon came in, he made a fuck ton of money. So I mean, there's that. But so I think so. The one thing that might at least help us a little bit on this piece is that if ATAK is sending a shape across, it's not going to have the NG details that we share with our transmissions. So at a minimum, that would tell us if it is something that we made versus something ATAK sent back to us. And if ATAK sent back to us, then obviously it doesn't belong to us. The only problem is that we would need to figure out some sort of dedupe for those shapes coming in and not just sitting on top of our existing shapes. Would that be a fair assessment and understanding of a problem with this? I think his name is Martin. He was on TV a few days ago on this channel called Story. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure this dude still gets a little bit of coverage and stuff like that. I mean, if you're the guy who originally founded Tesla, like that's a pretty good success story at this point. But then you got to think like, okay, 7 years ago, you're not in the picture anymore. But Tesla's not what I would call a success story at that point. So that would be nice. I don't think, let's say everything goes swimmingly and the Department of War wants to, or one of its defense contractors wants to buy NorthGrid. That'd be pretty fucking cool. But I don't think it's going to have the same thing as the original founder as Tesla. Signal is right, but the dedupe half is subtly inverted. Let me split it. Your reasoning is sound. NG to NG travels with NG, the full owner record. A shape arriving as bare caught without NG by definition from a non-NG client combined with the UID. UID. Okay, so the caveat already in the backlog. We're assuming ATAK strips NG on its edit. I can almost guarantee you it does. ATAK reserializes it from its internal model on edit, but it's unverified until we can test against real ATAK. If ATAK ever preserved it, the dedupe half. Problem is actually the opposite. Here's the refinement. As long as ATAK preserves the UID when editing, Expected UID preservation is exactly what makes the clobber behavior possible. Okay. Then there is no sit on top problem. Real risk when UIDs matches the one we logged silent overwrite, and now with extra sting, your inside exposes. The returning ACOT is a lossy version of our shape stripped. Yeah, so add these points um to our documentation for whenever it's time to uh do ATAK back to NorthGrid um with bear caught. One of the best examples is the Wright brothers versus Dumont, France. Dumont was legit that guy who made all the current fly wing designs, but when we were in school. Yeah, see, I've never heard this story, so um I think I did know about Dumont, but I didn't actually know. But so was Dumont before the Wright brothers? Or did he just make everything amazing after flight was discovered? Or, first man flight and flight. Because I guess that's a little bit different, but also I would assume Dumont is probably a bit more known in France than he is here in the US just because it invented at the exact same time. Whoa, okay. Interesting, interesting. Hmm. Did I put these in the I did, okay. Yeah, so curious about this IED thing. Like, A, how did you even like come up with this idea? I mean, obviously it's a pretty important piece that, would be awesome to get solved, but how are you doing it exactly? Like not exactly, but like how what the fuck's going on here? There's been a huge history debate who was first, but when I researched it. Pretty much the exact same. Why is it day? That's fucking nuts. Well, I can settle the debate. It was definitely the Wright brothers because America. So of course we did it the best, and we did it first. Push, share, and delete. Let's hide all, show all. I guess technically this would be hide because it's only one. I kept getting nails in my tires once a week. Nail in my tire. I got nails, cars. So is it taking? I assume then it just has to be taking in a video feed, and then it's just categorizing what it sees. Like, picking up nails is kinda nuts. Like, how and, like, is it just identifying it but then, like, that's not enough time to react to it? So how I'm interested. I'm intrigued. 'Cause it's not like you can see a nail coming, at 30 miles an hour, 100 feet in front of you. Okay, so I need the details. The details are basically the same. Each route before you go. So, I mean, I guess I could understand how you'd be getting the information for car accidents and stuff like that, but I guess I don't understand how probabilistic quantum simulation service. Bro, I don't even know what the fuck that means. I'm a designer? As a one. Okay, here we go. Road scanner, road risk classification, road safety. Okay, I think I kind of get it. I saw once I saw the app screenshot, I think I started to get it. So, and then your thing about world model where certain AI systems tune in. Like I kind of can connect the dots on how that might work as far as it being a what the fuck do you call it, a probabilistic quantum simulation surface. That I don't I don't know what the fuck that means, man. But uh, I don't know. Did you ever come back? Okay. What are we saying? You're right. The last three phases are variations of the same strategy. Explains why they may not. May look nearly identical. What we were trying to do is real shape drawn by maps. Property transition duration and delays. Yeah, that's not gonna happen. Yeah, so we have to keep the SVG pieces in place. We can't just rely on the built-in ones for various other pieces that we've already um, laid out for future sprints as well as fixes in previous sprints. Um, would it be possible to do on select fade in the SVG shape on top of the native shape, but not include a fill? And then once that animation is finished, then do that wouldn't work. That wouldn't work. What is like a technical name or boil down to it's this weird language model that thing that predicts shit. Yeah, I get that. Half of the stuff that this thing's doing, I don't like. I'm a developer or a designer by trade for like the past 15, 17 years or so. But before then, I used to be a front end developer, and so I understand like development workflows, and I understand 90% of these words that it's spitting back at me. But like whenever I was a developer, we weren't developing apps back then. Um, not native Swift apps anyway. And obviously I worked with development teams, and so yeah, I pretty much understand all this. But then whenever it's just like, especially when it one shot stuff, I'm just like, you know what, that's fine. I'm not even gonna ask. It's better to just not ask. Um, yeah, I want to check the phone again. That's Instagram, not NorthGrid. Like it works. Whatever it did, it fixed the flickering on iOS. Like it's now perfect. Like damn near perfect. But it just can't nail desktop. It might be because I'm streaming. My computer is like 17 out of 18 gigs used right now. I don't want to do a crossfade because then that leaves the user with thinking something happened and the shape disappeared momentarily. Um, So I don't think that that's the solution either. Um, Although the crossfade, the problem is the fill, because then the fills are going to be additive. The the strokes I don't care about. That's fine. The anchors becoming fading in. That's fine. It's the fills would. We can try doing a crossfade, a very brief crossfade, especially because we know that this is only like 1 or 2 or 3 frames long, so a small crossfade might help. Um, I would just be I guess I'm confused on why a crossfade would work if we're having a problem of not being able to fill the frames in the first place, because it would have to exist before the original shape starts to disappear. And if we can do that, then we shouldn't need the crossfade to begin with, right? Another feature is for off-roading environments, rating a road quality that would also be really good for remote environments like in Alaska and so on, or road. Um, are you saying with your quantum surface or with a data layer just coming in from the outside? Because it is easy enough to add like traffic, for example. Um, I think the reason why ATAK doesn't really do much with that type of stuff, even simple stuff like traffic, is if you think kind of about who the audience is for ATAK stuff, most of that is not vehicle based. If you're thinking about like the range and bearing tool or like the bloodhound tool in ATAK, it's but as the crow flies, not like taking into account streets or anything like that. This with it being a little bit more geared towards like hunters or stuff like that, like it might behoove me to include more road specific stuff, but uh, the only thing is trying to find the balancing act between um like there's certain things that like I could probably add to this app. But it has to be connected online. 99% of the people who use ATAK use it on a device that's not connected to the internet when in real use. Um or not able to connect to external servers and things like that when in real use. For the real cool guys. Um so it'd have to be something that lives on device. Even if that was able to do it, then I have to balance the idea of costs on my servers. So I already because so like one thing with ATAC is like it doesn't come with built-in maps. You have to add your own. You have to add your own tiles. Part of what I'm doing is it does come bundled with maps from the get-go. So whenever you load up the app for the first time, even if you were never connected, even if it was loaded up not connected to the internet, you'd get um so right now you get this much of the world at Zoom 7, I believe it is. Yeah, at Zoom. So if we look down here, well, you probably can't see unless you're still on YouTube. So on Zoom 7, you get this much detail. For all of the US and I think for the entire world, you get for right now, it's just North America, but the plan is to bundle the entire planet at Zoom 7 because I think it's only comes out to like 350 megs of vector data. And then the US, all 50 states will be at Zoom 8, I believe. So you start getting ground level. Or no, it'll be Zoom 9 will be US. You get major roads at the city level, and then after that, it connects to Cloudflare, and then it'll start to load in all the way up to Zoom level 17, I believe. Um, Attack on Titan. What's ATAK mean? Yeah, so it's a situational awareness app. So you can interact like on the desktop, and then you can send data from here to a phone over either over the internet or over like a tiny Meshtastic radio device, Meshtastic or soon to be Mesh Core service. So you can send chat messages and stuff like that without the need for the internet. Yeah, yeah. Uh, Pro Panda Play, Pro Panda. Yeah, so you can do I think it's up to I think it's 200 bytes worth of information over this little uh Meshtastic card. They can get bigger. But like this dude will do like anywhere between half a mile to 2 miles worth of range depending on the elevation of the other nodes. So like I could be like in my house and then send my friend a message 10 miles away without the internet if there were nodes between us and it would hop along. So what's the use of it? Like it's an app? Yeah, so there's a desktop app and then there's an iOS app and then there'll be an Android app and then they all talk to each other. And so you could say without getting like too larper of it all, think of it as like you could use it for disaster relief for like search and rescue. And so you could come in here and you could say you've got people on the ground and you can say you know this building's been clear, this building's clear, this building's clear, this building's clear, and this building has two injured people. And then you can send that across and it'll either go over the internet, over local LAN, or over the mesh system. So and then everybody would have their phones on them and then everybody gets the same information. Yeah, exactly. So if power shuts down, or um the best way to put it is like if you've ever seen, you know, um pretty much any modern military movie, like uh all that kind of stuff, and they've got the phone on their plate carriers and they flip it down and they're doing stuff. They're doing ATAK stuff. It's the same thing like if you ever watch like Generation Kill and they've got the Blue Force gear inside the Humvees and they can see everybody on the battlefield and then they can communicate back and forth. That's I don't know if that at that time was ATAK, but that's basically it's the exact same thing. So you could do it over secure things. This right now it does have encryption. It has basic TSL encryption plus a rotating token to even allow connections in the first place. Um, and then there'll be a second tier of encryption that has rotating tokens per person with another level of 256-bit encryption. So that would all be possible. So right now I only have like I can do shapes and I can do distance. So if it's like if this is me, I want to know like how far it is to this road. It's a 1100 meters, bearing 241. So like it can give you that type of information. So you could use it like just backpacking. A lot of I'm getting a lot of input from um, a bunch of friends that are hunters and stuff like that. So there's going to be tools that are more in line for hunting people, um, that has to do with like elevation data. So there'll be like on device calculations for heat map and being able to calculate how your scent reacts based on wind data and time of day, and whether or not you're standing on the exposed hillside versus the in shade hillside and things like that. That should be all be doable. Parts of that is scoped out but not in great detail, but it's all in the scope document for release. Crossfade cannot fix a frame, then neither shape exists. It only helps when you can. But not when introducing it. The correct sequence is keep the original fully visible, insert the SVG, wait for WebKit to present at least one frame containing the SVG, only hide the original, perform the source changes, restore. For selection, we can use slightly longer 6080s. Yeah, so let's try doing the inserting the SVG and then waiting for a WebKit to present one frame containing the SVG before we hide the original. Let's not do any of the crossfading or let's definitely not do the 60 to 80 millisecond fade for deselection and selection, because we don't know if the user is immediately dragging or not upon selection. So let's do the bare minimum where we wait at least one frame. So anyway, yeah, that's the point of the app. Freedom was telling me about his quantum surface prediction algorithm. Shit does cool stuff thing. But yeah, Freedom, I think as far as like road stuff goes, yeah, like that's kind of the core problem is just like I have to keep in mind that most of the time this is going to be used not online, or it'll be used online prior to use, and then you download stuff and then that's it. So the fuck is going on with this clustering? Boom, boom, doom, doom. While you're investigating and implementing this, can you go ahead and also take a look at what these changes have been doing to the clustering? On desktop, it looks like there's an issue. It could still be just a mismatch in the timings between the native shapes and the SVG shapes. But can you just take a look at why the clustering may have broken as well? You check that on iOS because this works perfectly. That's by itself. I want to say it's fine. Clustering appears to still work fine on iOS. The program is designed to work in air gap condition, but you'll need a download. Can you do a 2.7 gigabyte download on Android? Um, yeah, can you do if it's just air gap as far as like running the program on a laptop? Because that's the big problem is I need to keep it under like 500 megabytes for as a download for the Apple Store. Um, having a link between people in a local environment, imagine wildfire fighting them, using it, etc., and the fire line getting. Dude, that's crazy. You can do 2.7 gig download for an app on Android. Like, there's definitely some things I'm very jealous of Android, but obviously there's things that the Apple stuff does that allows you to do it. But yeah, what you're talking about with the fire stuff, like that's 100%. Because that's 11:30. The automation is just kicked in. Um, yeah, that stuff with the fire stuff is exactly like what this is used for. There's a few um I know fire teams or like any first responder, there are units and departments out there that use them. I know the local fire department here, a few of the stations use ATAK. Um, I had a friend up in Washington who was on the local search and rescue team, volunteer search and rescue team, and they used ATAK as well. So it's definitely usable, and it's for that exact same stuff. And yeah, exactly like Hurricane Helen a couple years ago, like that type of stuff. Like I want to make it like if you gave ATAK to someone, like it's not gonna be you can't just like I couldn't give ATAK to my wife. I don't even know if I'll be able to give this app to my wife for us to be able to communicate. But I want to make it to where like the head of the household as a normal dude could, if he had a family that he was trying to prepare for or prepare a plan for, he could download it and he could get stuff together. And then the good thing is that because it is connected with mesh, there is an open channel. So like if I talk in mission or I check in DM, if I chat in mission or in DM or any of the team channels inside of mission, those are all ride the Meshtastic radio frequencies, but they don't use Meshtastic. But if I use this open channel, it sends it as a Meshtastic message and it will show up in the Meshtastic app. So I could give the Meshtastic app to my wife and she carries around a radio and then she would be able to get the messages that I send on there. And then better yet, I would still get her GPS updates off of her thing. So even if she can't figure out how to use the Meshtastic app, she just needs it connected and the radio on, and then I'll be able to see her dot on the map. So it's really good for that's kind of how I'm marketing it or will be marketing it. Oh, okay, I see. It's 70 megs on the App Store, downloads 2.7 gigs with some crypto to validate. Interesting. Wonder if that's I guess there's no reason why I couldn't do that. Like it's kind of the same thing as like it'd be kind of the same thing as like Spotify. Like it's a small wrapper app, and then you download your offline music. That might be that's an interesting thought. And that's exactly what I'm doing, allowing users to do, so they'll be able to upload their or import their own like KML files and stuff like that, which you can do on iTak already. So I know that it's possible. Hmm. I'm gonna have to ponder on that. That just gave me an idea, Freedom. Being interesting. Um. Clustering regression is confirmed. The presentation scope. Problem is I just spent like 2 days fixing all of this shape shit. There was a bunch of problems with like it rendering styles and whatnot. And like there was like lag issues. And it all got fixed. There's some of this lag that's happening now is because I'm streaming and sharing my screen on 3 different monitors and doing Figma and doing AI. If I stopped streaming, all this lag would go away. You just have to have permissions set up for internet comms and privacy policies set up, etc. for this. Yeah, so every merge that I do back to main, the workflow automatically does an app store check. It hasn't flagged anything about privacy policy at this point in time. I should probably do a deep dive on that. Shared map files and those get uploaded through CloudGo. Yeah, so ATAK already has that exact thing. Um, they're called data packages, and that's um, that's a way of sending massive amounts of data at one time as a one-time thing. Sending the chat messages is one thing. Sending the shapes is kind of the same thing as chat. There's just a size limit, and so it has to be over relay or LAN. The data packages are more of a you download the file, you import it, and then you're done. The whole idea of it automatically updating all of that is would be a problem, especially again for offline stuff. But the one thing um, that I'm kind of planning on doing is so you have the ability to um, you can create missions and then you set it up and then you share that all out with a QR code. So if I go in here, I can then say show QR, and this downloads everything that a person needs to connect to everything. If they have the app, they scan it. It opens like a NorthGrid colon // link. It sets up all of their communication. It'll flash the radio, and then it'll right now it doesn't do memberships, but you'll be able to assign people to membership to different like to alpha or to bravo or whatever, and then you'll be able to attach data packages to it. Yeah, you'll be able to attach data packages to it, and then it'll automatically download those data packages from wherever you have them saved. Um, Depending on the data package, it can also be just included in the QR code, and you don't actually have to update anything. But yeah, definitely need a privacy policy. Yes, 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 yes. I think that's probably why it hasn't flagged it, is because there isn't one to begin with. So in I'm not in violation of it because it doesn't exist. So I need to add. I'll need to add that. But yeah, the whole your whole idea around like the next hunter in the group gets the fresh data. That's the whole point. But that would even have you'd be able to do anything that you would want to do as far as hunting goes. You'd be able to do with this kind of stuff. So like my friends who go hunting in Idaho, they'd be able to go out, do their stalking for the day or, before the season starts and mark everything. And then they could, once they get back to camp or even back home, then they can just share that information with people, with everybody else who's going to be um, on that property or whatever in the nearby area. So yeah, it'll definitely be able to do that. Um, Flood victims finding where non-flood flooded road is to safety. Yep, 100%. Yeah, so you could go in here and be like, okay, this is a this bridge here. Like you could you could write this and then say, that represents like that it's out. I need to add text. I don't have text as a tool and or shape yet. Clustering computation was fine. The handoff was hiding an entire shared cluster. Blah 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 blah. Quit it and launch. Okay. Thankfully, the privacy policy should be pretty good because nothing actually gets sent to me. Nothing gets sent to me. Nothing gets shared to me. I No, you can still see it. What if I set it to 100%? And it still happens even at 100%. Yeah, so it's still happening. It's less visible whenever the fill is at 100% versus the fill at at a lower opacity, but it still does happen. Um, how's the clustering? I think what I want to do is, can we roll back all of these changes, but only keep the iOS fix that we implemented a few rounds ago? Because iOS is actually better And I don't want to get rid of um, those enhancements. But can we roll back all of these changes that we made on desktop? And so the flicker will still exist, but the clustering fix should be uh, the clustering issue should go away. Um, and at that point in time, the flickering wasn't as bad as it is now. So I think I'm gonna just have. I need to work on name labels. Fuck. I was supposed to work on markers tonight. That didn't happen. Did get selections working. I did get organization. I did create components. Did universalize some of those. I cleaned up the buttons. I cleaned up the icons. Corrected that. Got the safe area. Locked orientation. I mean, it was a pretty productive night. Okay, so then that means that needs to. Fuck. Boom, 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 boom. All right, I think that's where I'm gonna call it. My brain hurts, my eyes hurt. Freedom, if you're still around, it's good chatting with you. I'm interested in how you get along with some of these apps that you're doing, and then especially this machine learning, like quantum service, whatever the fuck you called it thing, the like IED detection and all that kind of stuff. I'd be interested to see what kind of data you could output, and like, not that I integrate your work into the app, but I give it my app an avenue to be able to ingest your work if a user wanted to, if you wanted that to happen. I'm not quite at that point yet where I can do external sources, but I would definitely be interested in like rerouting some of the upcoming sprints for this to include that type of information for sooner rather than later, just to see it work. So that'd be pretty fucking cool, man. If you're, I don't know if you're, like I said, I don't know if you're still here, but if you are, hit me up on X. Just it's Aaron Builds on X, or go NorthGrid. Send me a message there, and let's chitty chat some more if you want. Because that'd be pretty fucking cool. But especially because you know what ATAK is. So anyway, yeah, man, it was good talking with you. And also thanks a lot for the whole like 1440p 1080p thing. I didn't know that was happening, but it kind of might explain why in my metrics I kept seeing people join and then they would leave like 2 seconds later. So that's some interesting insight. I'm definitely gonna have to look into, at a minimum, I'll scale down the outgoing resolution to 1080p, and maybe that'll fix everything. But yeah, again, thanks for the heads up. But I'm gonna go